Hello there, folks. Welcome to session 44 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. With me today we have my amazing and lovely cast. We have Selkie Cove, we have Just Kyle, we have That One Warlock, we have Madness Diamond, and we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay. Look at them. Bow before their beauty and their might, for they are that. Do I have any housekeeping? No, I don't have housekeeping, because the Dragon Age applications are finished. And if you missed it, well, boo you. But yeah, we are finished with that, and we are I'm going to be sending out emails to everybody once I've had a chance to look over all the applications and hear back from other people. So yeah, I don't have anything. So I'm going to get right into my favourite part of my day, which is asking people, guys, what the hell happened last session?
We got to Ariel's house.
We did.
After some considerations, found that there was a large saltwater crocodile inside, although basically none of us besides Reaver knew what that was. We found a library or museum of sorts that had I forget the exact word, sort of a spiritual construct of Ariel's maybe not long, somewhat longly dead father.
It was a simulacrum.
Simulacrum, baby.
Simulacrum. Thank you. We had fun getting the simulacrum to realize that this was, in fact, his son, kinda. And eventually the saltwater crocodile, as we found out, was a were-person that everyone in this party wanted to fuck. Except maybe like Kyle. I don't know, man.
There's a maybe in there.
Every single person in the party, I want to fuck the crocodile. Reaver, I want to skin the fuck the croc. Yeah, we all said fuck. Yep. Everyone said the same thing. We all said it.
Hashtag fuck the Cajun.
And I think that's kind of an abridged version, but
that's a fairly abridged version. There was a lot of kind of checks and stuff that went into it. They were able to determine that there was both light and sonic frequency SOS being sent out, which Luce was able to determine. Oh, that's like a deep tide thing. That's one of their signatures that they do. After having a brief conversation with this simulacrum, they discovered this simulacrum, or Ariel's father, actually knows Luce's dad and is fairly familiar with them.
They're besties.
That's certainly one way to interpret it. That they in fact had been on several adventures, missions, excursions, jaunts, with Melusine's parents, both Becerra and Mord. And then him and Ariel sat down to have a conversation. Now bear in mind, a simulacrum only has the information and the memories up to the point that it was made. So from there, it almost develops memories as its own person. So it doesn't know anything beyond it doesn't know about anything that Ariel's father did beyond the time that it was made. But they were able to determine that it did not know that Ariel was its son. By its account, its son was just a babe. So all they can ascertain is that this simulacrum was cast by Ariel's father sometime before Ariel's first birthday.
And thinking about backstory stuff, oh.
And on the other side of that as well, this painted quite after they were able to get the information out of Saelea, that this means that Ariel's father must have been a highly accomplished spellcaster, because simulacrums are not an easy piece of magic to do. That is in fact a 9th level spell, people.
Ooh.
7th.
7th? I thought it was 9th.
I believe it's 7th.
It is not 9th. The combo to do it, like the trick with it, is 9th level.
Wish, yeah.
Yeah.
No, simulacrum true polymorph.
Yeah, it's super polymorph.
Ah.
Simulacrum
that's how you become a
true
dragon.
polymorph is how you become a dragon.
Yeah.
I wanna be a dragon.
Want Feather to turn loose into a dragon now.
God, that'd be amazing. But yeah, it is 7th.
Yeah, 7th
Either way,
level,
though,
I do
very high
apologise.
level.
But I thought it was a 9th level when I put it in there, so we're going to run with it. This simulacrum was cast at the 9th level. Not that you can cast it at the 9th level, but you know what? For shits and grins, they did it. So it has confirmed what little that they have known about Ariel's bloodline, was that his family are very, very accomplished spellcasters. That much is proven true. It does seem, however, that they are spellcasters of the intellectual kind, and Ariel's just like, I'm out here on a wing and a prayer.
I'm pretty. That's all I got for me.
So it'll be quite interesting to see where that goes, but nonetheless, that is what we learned from there. We left off last session with everybody wrapping up a long rest, but there was something that did have to be done during the settling down for that long rest. That being, oh wow, that is very loud. Thank you very much for the follow, Maestro Marvelous. Thank you very much for that. We wanted to go to Echo, who had gone out for a hunt. Am I correct in that? That's still something that wants to be done, yes? Awesome. Now, Echo, as you go out for this hunt, obviously because of the dominant side of things, Kaelin follows you out. But you can, as you're aware, Kaelin will follow any instruction you give him. So you are more than welcome to send him off to do his own thing, if you'd rather do that, if you want to do a solo hunt, but I leave it to you. You make your way outside, and it is, at this point, it is darkfall. So, not that it really changes anything here, but the light from the city is much dimmer. At this point, as you step out here, not that it affects you, it is in total darkness. You exist as the only small beacon of light. For quite a bit. I know, right? It must be so terrible. If only there were but a creature who had blind of sight. The sight of blind. Oh, you do! Great, fantastic. So yeah, you have blind sight, you have echolocation, you do not have the restrictions that others have within darkness. So you make your way out to these exceptionally long kelp fields. What do you want to do?
So, as we left off, like from last time, Echo had very specifically brought Kaelin with, so that Kaelin could also hunt.
Yes.
And if I'm remembering correctly, because of the, I think this joke was made on the stream, because of the Alucard and
Belmont.
Thank you. Joe Griever is also joining.
I vaguely remember. Sorry, if you excuse me a moment, I'll get the one thing I don't have. I'm prepared for everything except I don't have the notebook for Fathoms Below. Excuse me a moment.
Reaver used Gaze of Two Minds, I think.
Yes.
Isn't it? Because you guys did the high five. Where the meh.
Can I remember the name of the painting? The Touch of God.
The creation?
Is it the creation I'm thinking of? Yeah.
The creation of Adam.
Thank
There you
you.
go.
I got a worm on a string version of that as a gift for one of my friends this year.
Nice.
I'm
That's
gonna need a
amazing.
picture of that because my
I
brain
can-
doesn't.
I can send you the Etsy link.
Hell yeah.
I can do you one better.
Ah!
My brain can't decide if by that you mean that the beings in the image are made out of worms on a string, or if it is two worms on a string, elongating digits that they don't have to touch in the middle.
What is this? What?
It's something. Don't worry, buddy.
It's what's the word? What's the word?
An experience.
I mean, yeah, cursed. Cursed.
Yes.
It's adorable.
It can be adorable and cursed all at the same time.
It's
Why
a-
they have to
That's
be
like your-
mutually exclusive? Exclusive.
Yeah,
It's
I was
just
about
like
to
you.
say that's like your whole brand.
That's fair.
Hell yeah! Thank you,
Rose-
Denny, for being like-minded.
Oh, I got the only one, so I will have to send you an image of the creation of worm.
The creation of worm?
Yeah. Yeah, you missed something, buddy. It's all good.
I don't
Yep.
even know why, but I'm somewhat offended. Okay, I don't know how else to put it. Somewhat offended.
I love this group.
This is fantastic. Yeah, cool. So Echo and Kaelin and Reaver are all out and about, and apparently there's worms.
Yeah.
Awesome. Please don't.
I'm gonna make-
anyone, please don't use speak with animals. I don't have voice for worm.
I'm gonna make that my phone wallpaper.
Why do I feel like it's Mind Turtle you've got to go with? That or like heavy bass gruff?
I was
It's completely out of
immediately.
respect.
My voice went to the voice that Matt Mercer did for Henry Crabgrass.
Ah, yes, the voice is kind of like this, but always
like,
accent.
like the low down kind of like I'm not even sure what I'm doing here.
Oh, lady.
Oh, lady.
Since
Anyway,
Alec jumped in chat, I'm gonna send the creation of worm. Anyway,
anyway,
I love this group.
Echo, you are
Hi.
so you get out. You have this chance to like fully stretch yourself out, really, really let it loose, and based on the message you've sent me, there's almost this urge to kind of like go into the ease of doing what it is that can get you what you need the quickest. And then you would see Kaelin doing what is essential to him, getting right down into the silt and beginning to move. Very, very animal-like. And based on the message you sent me, I'd say it's fairly fair that that would be enough for you to kind of push aside the want to do it using magic and such and explore it more
So-
physically.
their desire to hunt in a more physical sense came long before they actually got
Okay.
out to the hunt.
Fantastic.
That shit's been building.
Okay.
It's actually probably something that was in a way not directly communicated to Kaelin, if that makes sense. But the only word my brain is giving me, and this is the best word I have, is through vibe. It's the vibe. But
Yep.
that also means that with Gaze of Two Minds that's happening, Reaver also gets that state of mind. And that state of mind is very much so that, going back to that primal animalistic aspect, it's not for magic, it's not scavenging for what scraps or small isopods can be found. It is the predator instinct. It is wanting to find and rip something apart with your bare hands. It is wanting to gorge yourself until you are no longer hungry.
Okay.
It's another way I can describe it is through interacting with the party, adore you all dearly, Echo is restrained constantly. they are constantly restraining their actions. How they move, what they do. And for this hunt, that's all going away.
Okay. So, if that is the case then, oh, yes. I need you, as you take this down and you let this more animalistic side out, I need a survival check from you.
Okie dokie. Wow, that's the one thing I forgot to open. I opened everything else, but not my characters.
They have been known to be helpful.
Just a little.
Just a teeny bit.
Mm-hmm. Given that one, I might open the second part of the character sheet now.
Please. Okay. I'm reloading my character sheet immediately. It did the roll but blank answer thing 5 times in a row.
That's absolutely fine.
16. There we go.
16. Okay. With a survival of 16. Through this rather unique method of perception you have, you feel around you the currents pitch and sway. Where the surface would have breezes and scents, you have currents and taste. And you pick up something very, very faint, but on a current that blows in or pushes in from your right hand side, where you taste that very faint metallic taste of blood. Something has spilled blood. By the taste of it, the severity of it, I'll give you that it is within 500 feet of you.
They are off like a bullet, but in a very specific way. They get that taste and they drop into the kelp to the ground. And they move with incredible speed, but also incredible stealth. And their goal is to get right up to it and essentially exist as that ambush predator until they know what the situation is and can strike.
Okay. I will go to Reaver. Reaver, you'd be able to see this fairly easily.
I'm seeing the echo. Gaze of 2 minds.
Oh,
Real quick question, because we have gone on 2 different timelines here. So, on one timeline, Reaver is still back with everyone else and is using Gaze of 2 Minds. On another timeline, Reaver has physically come on the hunt. I am so entirely good with either. I just need to know what one people actually want to go with.
I guess I'll go Reaver. Which one would you rather? It's your person call here, so.
But I mean, I am good with doing the combo because obviously I know Echo needs to hunt and I don't want to let Echo too far out of sight. But I also know I'm a walking pile of lumber, bric-a-brac, and bone. I make noise, so I will take basically the edge of range and just slowly follow.
Okay, cool. So your Gaze of 2 Mindsing. So you can see through Echo's eyes, hear through Echo's ears, but you can't see or hear through your own.
No. I am blind and deaf to myself. I will feel if I get hit by something, for example.
Okay.
Just as a heads up. But no, my actual senses are dulled apart from touch.
Okay, so in that sense, thank you very much for the follow, Shocks 2021. So in that case, Echo, as you begin to move towards this, and you're like right into the ground, despite the fact that it's swimming, like, you know, body to the ground, moving along through these kelp fields, and you're moving and moving. Are you dashing?
Probably not. Not at this point, because that might sacrifice accuracy or stealth.
Okay, absolutely fine. So you're not dashing, so it takes you a wee bit to get that 500 feet. Okay? But as you move that 500 feet and you come out, lifting the head very slightly to get that same kind of look around, and then you can taste it from above you. And as you angle yourself upwards so you can get the kind of full scope, here there are a number of creatures that have been in some way, shape or form killed. Now what they are you can't really make out. They're in pieces at this point. But you can make out what has done it. Circling around this, whatever it is that has been, quite honestly, ripped apart. To many at these depths, you'd be forgiven for thinking they were sharks. But you'll have dealt with these predators quite often. They're actually more akin to members of like the dolphin family. Imagine the foul combination of an orca and honestly I'd say like a bull shark. That kind of like really tubular but really broad build, but still with that same sleek torpedo-like tail that sharks have. And unlike orcas where they have a horizontal fin, this is all vertical fins. Same, I mean, realistically it's like an orca's mouth filled with shark teeth. Like really horrific bite power and tearing power. You're fairly familiar with these. You've encountered them before. Unlike you, they hunt in packs. And you can see 3 of them circling around their fresh kill. Whether this thing is dead or it's pulled apart and it's on its dying legs, you know it's done for. It is gone. And there are 3 of these things. You know that they are pack animals. What would you like to do? You're about... I'm going to give you that they're on right at the edge of your vision, so I'll give you 60 feet. You're about 60 feet below them.
Yes. So can I safely assume that if Echo has encountered them before, they know a little bit about how these creatures operate?
Quite possibly. You can make a nature check.
Would love to. 17. I went up by 1.
So on a 17, I'll give you this. Much like yourself, one of the reasons they're such good predators, especially in these deep waters, is how they see. Not only do they have vision, which you yourself lack, they also have echolocation. Now, they don't have blind sight on top of echolocation, they just have the echolocation. Another way that you know that they... Another way you know they operate is, again, fairly similar to yourself. Perhaps this is through engineering rather than just coincidence, who knows, but they are dart in, dart out attackers. So you know they'll... What's probably happened here, they'll circle it, and then each one will come in from different directions, grabbing and pulling what they can, circling back and doing it again.
So last we left off, Echo and Kaylin had that mental connection going.
Yes.
Echo, which Reaver would hear this part, since it's coming from Echo, would tell Kaylin, "This hunt is ours. We will hunt for you after."
Okay. Kalen tilts his head up, sees the three of them, doesn't like it, but will obey it. And proceeds to just kind of still stay within, like, you know, a solid 150 feet of you, but swims off, like, goes off to kind of scope his own thing out. But it goes to you.
Alright then. So, from that point, Echo's very first attack on the one that's going to come in and swim closest to them at the time is going to be a called shot.
Okay, so rolling at disadvantage. Okay, cool.
Yep.
You will be not so. It's always going to be disadvantage. Okay. Cool. So you're darting out and just going straight for it. Which part of the body are you going for? I did not think up lists for aquatic. Ah, of course I fucking did. You guys think I didn't think of a list? No, I have specific lists for creatures that don't have arms and legs and shit. So, which part? When it comes to marine creatures in this sense, instead of it being head, body, arms, legs, I now have head, body, tail, fins / tentacles.
Mm-hmm. This one's going to be that tail, that back fin.
The tail? Cool. Absolutely no problem. Okay.
Echo is definitely going for immobilization first and foremost.
Oh, absolutely. So, what is it on the disadvantage?
There's something really good or really bad.
Is it double 20s?
No, we got close, but we did not pull that.
Right.
No.
I was gonna say, was it the opposite?
I've seen a called shot where it was a double 20 and they max damage, then just doubled it. It was fucking tremendous. What you
Wow. No, so I got a 28, which was the nat 20, and then a 27, which was the 19.
Okay, cool, fantastic. So that's definitely going to hit. So
Yay.
What is the max damage you can do?
With that is going to be 20.
20. Okay. So that is going to be on... I didn't give these creatures names. I'll have to do that at some point. I'm such a terrible homebrewer that I didn't give them...
Excuse the fuck out of
You
you.
shut your face. Brand, respectfully and with all the love, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Bran, disrespectfully, don't talk about my friend that way.
Now what I need you to do is to roll me a d4.
Can do. Can I find it? There we go. 2.
2. Okay. The tail is gashed, torn, and large chunks ripped from it. Any movement is halved or treated like dangerous terrain, whichever brings it. That makes no sense, Bran. Why did you write it like that? Both of them would bring that down to the same. Never mind. All movement is halved. I'll need to reword that one. All their movement is halved. So you zip through, grab, pull, tear, bite, and like in the speed that you move, pulling, tearing, and biting all happens in one seamless movement. And you dart off. You now have this thick... as they are deep water creatures, they're much in the case of like, you know, things like orcas and narwhals, that thick, dense meat is covered in this layer of blubber, which, as it's in your mouth as you dart past, like, you go right through it. Your teeth tear right through it, and this is, you know, you're used to, like, recently you've been hunting, like, you know, maybe, like, large, like, game fish or isopods or crustaceans, shellfish. Like, this chunk alone is like one of those you've been eating. And these things all immediately turn sensing this new danger. I'm going to have to ask you to roll initiative.
Sounds good.
Because we're going into the hunt. I don't have dice. These dice will do.
There's my nat 20.
We do love a nat
I'm
20.
being smiled upon this day.
We do love a nat 20.
I'm now very concerned for when the shitty rolls are gonna start.
Nah, it's fine. It's just going to be an RP session. It's fine. You're totally fine.
Yeah.
Totally RP
Uh-huh.
session. Totally RP session. Not me.
Yeah, we're going shopping.
Not me frantically erasing the combat I had planned later on.
RP session.
They've used all the good rolls. Okay, so that's going to be. So, I don't know why I was talking to myself. Then I started sounding like Torbeck.
Oh no, Bran.
Torbeck is hurt.
Torbeck is in.
So what did you get, Echo?
23 total.
Yeah, you're going first.
Bran, you've put that voice in my head. Now it's just clips playing over and over again.
You shouldn't let us inside if there's children missing. We're just gonna make it worse.
Gideon, would you tighten my bra?
Echo, it goes to your turn. Now, what I will say, on a surprise attack, I know you didn't get the advantage on it because you made your attack a called shot, but as the shock of it comes in, your first attack on this turn, I'll let you make with advantage. Okay?
Yay. Cool. So they're actually going to focus on a different one.
Okay.
Now. And while this one isn't a called shot, the intent is very much so still the same with what they do.
Okay, cool. So, aesthetically, going for the tail. What's the word I'm thinking of? Not mechanically. Mechanically, just making a normal attack. Fantastic. Then, by all means, please roll your attack. Remember, with advantage. While Echo rolls that, if you guys want to make this even more stupid, you can use your channel points to turn things into nat 20s. Feel free to do it. You can also give better loot, give health, or just generally mess up their day. So what did you
I'm
get?
glad I had advantage.
Alright, okay.
Because that first one was 9. Keep in mind I have a +8.
A 9 would not have hit.
No. I don't even know if the second one hits, but that's 15.
A 15 does hit. A 15 does
cool.
hit. These are not engineered creatures. They are normal evolved things. They do not have a lot of AC.
Ooh.
What was the dams? Were they small?
No, they're 18.
18 dams on another one, yeah?
Yes.
So you dart towards this one, doing the exact same, ripping a chunk from it. Not quite as large, but already in these two mouthfuls, you've eaten more in this 12-second blitz than you have over the course of like a standard meal time. So already there's this gorging feeling.
So as this is going on, with Reaver being in Gaze of Two Minds, Reaver will notice that how they think and how they function and how they feel with each attack changes. With each attack, that conscious, like, word-based thought starts to slip away with what you've come to know as how Echo interacts with the group, with words and with a certain amount of restraint and even, like, general human functioning. That starts to go on the back burner, starts to slip off, starts to slip out of their mind. And even the multitudes of voices that you hear from their head, it starts becoming less of do this, thinking about that, or what if this is happening, and becomes less of that cacophony and more of everyone is hungry. Everyone wants to bite, wants to kill, wants to attack, wants to show what they can do and what they are. It becomes a much more unified voice, and it seems to relax Echo. It seems to make them more comfortable. It's the turn.
Okay. So, as you ease into that, and you become more comfortable with that, that's only one of your... Do you have 2 attacks at this point?
So, with the base that I'm using now, no.
Okay. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, because you haven't wild shaped, so you just have your standards. Yep. Right, okay, cool. No worries. So, that's your action. Do you have a bonus action or anything that you would like to use?
I'm gonna check that real quick just to make sure. It's really funny that they have 2 weapon fighting, but they don't use...
I don't use weapons.
They are a weapon.
I am the weapon.
Yeah, no. Nah.
No?
Again, 2 weapon fighting is useless to them. Yep, that's it.
Okay, so then it goes to the one who you ripped off a large chunk of their tail.
Yeah.
They're going to come in, and I do need to ask you this based on their stat sheet. Do you currently have all of your hit points?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's absolutely fine. So they will make their attack. That is a total of 16.
Nope.
Nope, doesn't hit. Fantastic. Then that's all they can do. They only have the 1 attack. That is correct. Okay. So as this one comes
We're
in...
nicely evenly balanced, anyway.
This one comes in and it misses as it comes into you. As you avoid that one, a second one is going to come up. The second one is the one you've just hit. As there is a creature within 5 feet of you, and it is an ally to them, they get pack tactics.
Yep.
So they get advantage on their attack. Okay, so that is going to be a 22 on that one.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That. Yeah.
So then that's going to be... Wow, snake eyes. It's a total of 6 damage from that one. 6 normal slashing damage it is. Really, they should invent tearing damage.
Should.
They should. Hey, we'll make it a World Tree Quest homebrew. Hey, you gotta be the first person to homebrew a type of damage. Slashing damage. Yeah, slashing damage is the one that makes most sense because of how shark teeth work. And then the third one's going to come in. Same thing. I don't believe we'll hit. 16 didn't hit the last time, so I'm assuming the 16 won't hit this time. So as they zip by, one of them manages to get like a kind of a tear off you, and your blood starts to kind of weep into... Have we ever seen you bleed before?
It's sacred.
Yes, we have.
Right, okay, cool. I just wanted to double check that.
No.
Again,
They've gotten fucked
that-
on
that-
in the
yeah, I knew they'd taken a lot of damage, but I was like, have they taken damage where it was like, something cut them? That's what I was double checking.
Adelan.
I remember. Drift turned round and fucked you up. Right, okay, cool. So, and that's it. So that golden glowing ichor starts to down your arm. That is all they can do. That's literally all they got. So it comes back round to your turn. What would you like to do?
So it's gonna be another call shot. This entire combat from here on out might be called shots, just as a heads up.
Okay. 1, 2, or 3.
So this is going to be on the one. We'll go for the one that they just recently damaged, but hasn't had their movement up yet.
So number 2. Cool. Awesome.
Yes.
Right. Cool. So you're going for number 2. So you turn with this new gash on you, and you spot the one that is still moving fine, but its tail's missing a good chunk of it. And you're going for them. Roll to hit with disadvantage.
19.
19
And a
is,
+8.
and 19 is going to hit.
Hells yeah.
Which part of the body are you aiming for?
Same on tail. Still trying to get that movement.
Okay. What's your max damage on it? It was 20, wasn't it?
20. That's another 2.
Another 2. So the exact same thing. For this one, though, because you've already damaged the tail portion, as you grab on, and it's almost like you grab with this, bite, and almost like turn, as if, like, you know, some reason a death roll is on your mind. You grab, bite, sink the claws in, and turn, and the entire back portion of its tail comes off. And that'll be why its movement speed is halved.
The last thing they're gonna do, since they know they've hampered the movement speed of these two, is they're actually gonna dip out a little ways to make it more difficult for those two to get to them.
Okay, so the one that you dip away from, it'll get an attack of opportunity on you.
I know.
Okay, cool. So you're dipping out. So with a +6 to their attack, rolling with advantage, 11. Nope. That 1 and a 5. So yeah, you rip this thing's tail off, and it turns to try and snap at you, and you're already like well out of its range. Just with this, and I'm like at this point, this is like the size of like a decent sized like bass. This bit of tail you've got right here.
So what Reaver gets to feel throughout this is adrenaline, pride. There's a visceral joy to it. They are a gold color. They are a brilliant gold. They are happy. They are enjoying themselves. They are relaxed. They are comfortable. Even with the gash, even with the attack that got in, that only seemed to fuel them. It seemed like they settled further into their element, like they were meant to be here. And that's their turn.
Okay. It goes to these guys. So number 1 and number 2 cannot reach you. They do not have the movement speed to get to you. The third one, however, is going to come in. It does not get pack tactics. And it does not hit. That is a 2 + 6 for a total of 8. So, yeah. 1 and 2 literally can't do anything to you because they can't get close enough to you. So you can see them kind of pushing themselves as much as they can through the water. Number 3 circles round them and just fucking hightails it towards you, but they miss with the big white chomp. It goes back to your turn.
Cool. Called shot for an 18.
On number 3.
3.
Called
Tail.
shot for an 18 is good. Okay, tail. That's going to be 20 damage. Roll me a d4.
1.
Number 1. On a 1, as they zoom by with this tail, you reach up, you grab hold of it, and your claws rake all the way down the tail. Like, I'm talking deep, tearing through the blubber down to the actual meat. You don't tear anything off, but whenever they use their movement action, they will deal a number of damage equal to 1d4 for every 10 feet of movement they use, as they are bleeding profusely.
And Echo again is going to dip out of that range. Well, actually, not gonna dip out of range. Can Echo discern there attack range?
These sharks are definitely like close combat attackers. They have no other weapons except their teeth.
Yeah, Echo's gonna try to dance out of its range just to watch it do damage to itself.
Okie dokie. It might catch you with that one. A 19.
Okay.
A 19 for the attack of opportunity.
There you go!
Okay.
Good on it!
Cool.
Proud of you, buddy.
I can actually picture Echo patting it on the head. Like, I'm proud of you, buddy.
Look you go. It's a good fight.
That's 7 damage on that one.
Oh, cool.
As you try to dip out, and it manages to catch the edge of your wing. And it's not quite a chunk, but there's definitely a little divot where there was a piece of flesh. But as I said, at this point, as you're dancing out of the range of it, it'll come to number 1 and number 2. They don't have the movement speed to get to you, but what they're going to do is, with like a burst of speed, they both are going to dash, and they're going to zoom towards you. Now, because they've used their action to dash, they can't attack you, but they're within 5 feet of you. They're going to have to do it. They're going to have to. Number 3 is going to go for you. They will zip towards you, pummeling through, and as like they move quick towards you, you see every thrash of their tail just turns the water dark, or to you, you would taste the sudden metallic tang in the water with each thrash they make, and they will take an additional.
As that happens, Reaver can both hear and feel this rumbling, almost hyena laughter-esque noise that's coming from Echo. It's like if you crossed a gator's bellow with a hyena's laugh. That's the noise that comes from Echo during this fight.
Love it. Love it. So they will take an additional 7 damage as they pummel their way towards you. Because their allies are in range of you, they're going to get their pack tactics on you. Number 3 going in for the bite. First one is not going to do it, but we have 2. It's the exact same again. It's a 5 and a nat 1. So they come in towards you. It's almost like, because of the jerky movements of both of their, now at this point, quite debilitated allies and their own franticness, they all kind of get in each other's way. Very flotsam and jetsam style. And you manage to dip through and around them. But it does come back to your turn, Echo.
Which looks most injured?
The one that is most injured by a country mile is number 2. The one who you have torn the tail off of.
Perfect. That is the one that Echo is going for.
Okay.
And what did you say the called shot options were?
Called shot is head, body, tail, or movement appendages, fins, tentacles, and the likes.
This is now head.
Go for the head. Okay, awesome. Roll to hit.
Rolled 2 15s.
2 15s. I mean, it's going to be enough to hit. And then the D4.
Now? I like 2, apparently.
2. You dart towards this creature. And you're dealing 20 damage with the max damage, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. Dart towards it. And as this thing opens its jaws to almost take a snap at you, you reach your hands in, grab both parts, and wrench. Option number 2 for head, decapitation. You remove the creature's head. If it cannot live without the head, it dies instantly. So you wrench up, leaving the bottom jaw attached to the body, but tearing the head, the upper head portion, upper mandible, all that, all the way up to about maybe 3rd or 4th parts down of that cartilaginous spine, right off. You're holding, quite easily, a U-sized piece of flesh in your hand right now. And by the way, by the logics of how Echo works, all of this is incredibly digestible because these creatures, much like most sharks, are completely cartilaginous. So, no bone. Okay, but number 2 is out of the equation. Anything else for you at all?
Outside of the surge of essentially conquest that goes through Echo, and that Reaver also gets to feel, nah.
Nah. Okay. Thank you very much. Rara, story time for the follow. Okay, cool. So in that case, it comes back to number 1 and number 3. Both of them within your range. One will take its attack. That is a 16 on the die in the first one, 12 on it, so it'll hit. 16 plus 6 is 22. Quite a nasty attack there. 7 plus 4. So that is 11 by my count? Yes, 11.
Yep.
So this one gets a good chomp on you. It sinks in 11 damage to you. As that happens, number 3 is going to take their attack. Now, they're going to do a cold shot. Because, you know, they're quite frantic at this point. The blood, like, this water around you guys is mostly blood. So they're going to go for it. It seems quite a frenzy thing to do. The first roll is a 14. The second roll is an 11. So we know that doesn't hit. 11 plus 6 is 17.
No.
Doesn't hit. Okay, so they make this wild but incredibly brutal lunge to take a chomp out of you, and you manage to slip out of the way of it, giving both of them, number 3, a massive wide berth of avoidance as it fails on its attack. However, with that, because it does move, it'll take 2 extra damage on that. It goes to yourself again, Echo.
Oh, beauteous. Called shot on that number 3 now. Because now that's... They went for it, Echo's like, that's the target.
Okay. Make the roll.
Advantage? I don't know if that one hits.
What's the total?
14.
14 hits.
Hey!
Okay, 14 hits, so that's another 20, and that's on number 3, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, which body part are you aiming for?
Head and 3.
Head and...
I got something other than 2!
Head and 3, so there's an interesting one here. If you want, I can either give you the option of what 3 is, or I can let you decide how you do it, because it does kill them.
Come on.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. So with the blood all around, with the combat going how it has, and with the fact that this creature, Echo can tell, just went in for a nasty fucking bite, and they just got attacked again. Reaver, there is nothing but animalistic. Like, there's nothing but the animal in Echo's brain now. Nothing. It's to the point where even the voices in their heads, for the most part, are just making noises. And what Echo does is, I feel like Echo takes the opportunity of what this creature went to do, dives into this creature's mouth, and essentially tears their way up through it.
Oh, nasty.
But I feel like it's down the throat into the stomach to give it that feeling of satisfaction first, before killing it.
That's like psychological warfare. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that I've taken note of that. Bran, in case you need anything, I've just rolled a 19 total wisdom save.
You're good. for now.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's getting dicey.
Listen, I'm hearing these descriptions and I'm like,
It's,
Days of Two Minds was a choice.
It's getting dicey. It's getting dicey. There's certainly some things happening.
Yep.
On that note, speaking of which, I do need to make a wisdom save. Because more than half of their force has been depleted.
Running away. Wait, they can't run away. They're slow.
Well, this one in particular has been slowed, but I did roll. So number 1, as you tear through, up and out of number 3, number 1 at this point is turning. They are dashing, hightailing away. They are trying to get away. They are moving at half their movement speed, so on a dash, they're only moving their normal movement speed. As their other 2 allies are dead, it moves it back to you. You have the choice here. Do you pursue?
Yes.
Of course. Right, okay. So you're zipping after them. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you see them aquatically hobbling away. What a fucking term. Aquatically hobbling. doing their damnedest to get the hell out of here. And you zip. What do you do to attack them?
It's when they turn to run, Echo's entire body, after everything just got out of the Screecher, snaps over, and every sense is honed in, and it's like it just became a game. It became fun. Right. And as they go for it, they're going to do this other cold shot. And what they're doing this time is they're going to go... I'm gonna roll something. I'm gonna see how lost in the sauce they are. I nat one it. They are lost in the sauce. They're going to be cruel. They're going for the fins.
Okay. Roll to hit.
18.
18 is going to hit.
4! I haven't rolled a 4 yet!
4? Okay. Working very much in tandem with what's been going on with the tail here. You grab at the fins, and again, similar manner, you turn, tear, rip in whatever form that you would do, and the fins are removed from their body. Their movement speed is once again halved, meaning that they're now moving at a quarter possible speed. I think these things are technically the slowest moving aquatic creature right now. They're moving at 10 foot per turn.
How fast does a sea slug move?
I think sea slugs are 10 feet. No, they might be 15 feet.
Damn!
Sea slugs are fast little things in real life.
Oh yeah, they're
like they are not slow.
Really?
They're dippy.
Huh.
So a lot of sea slugs are actually predators. Fun fact.
Interesting.
Like sea angels. Sea angels are actual predators.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, like Echo.
Love them. I haven't been able to find a sea angel onesie, and I've been very sad about that.
If there's anybody out there who can make clothes, World Tree Quest requests a sea angel onesie.
You know, I actually might be able to.
Do the thing. Surely someone out there will know how to do it. Do the thing.
I'll do some research.
I did find a sea angel in Animal Crossing.
I know, I saw.
It was ages ago, but I did it. Okay, fantastic. So you tear the fin off. That's 20 damage again on this. Yep. This thing is on its last legs. Do you know what? It can move 10 feet per round. It can't attack because it's frightened. I'm gonna give you the kill. This is allowing you to do another turn would just be cruel. And the zoologist in me does not have the ability to allow this to happen. Echo, how do you want to finish off this poor creature?
You want the actual answer or the
Yes,
kind
the
of
actual answer. Give me the actual answer. I will weep when I am dead.
Okay. I'm gonna give a quick warning. I know all of this has been visceral. This is about to be really bad. So just...
You have been warned, folks.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that's out there. So what Echo does, is Echo essentially uses them tearing the fins off to propel themselves forward, to be in front, of this creature. And then Echo is going to take, yeah, Echo's going to take their claws and is going to splay them out and then gouge out into this creature's eyes and essentially remove them before eating the way through the top of this creature's head.
Okay. So as you, using mostly your teeth, tear your way through this thing, feeling its life force ebb and drift away, you're able to, within the range of your perception, you're able to see just the amount of carnage that you have wrought. The amount of now resources available to you. And the only word I can say is Echo, gorge.
They will.
You spend... Do you do it efficiently, or do you do it like to revel in it?
To revel in it, absolutely.
Over the course of the next half hour, you, with the dedication and precision of a butcher, pull apart the cuts of meat from this thing. You lavish over peeling the blubber from the flesh, and sometimes you eat the blubber, sometimes you're like, no, I just want the meat at this point. You take time with this, and you gorge yourself like you have not gorged before. And no, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. But over the next half hour, you have, quite honestly, the best meal you've had since you left the Black Ocean. Is there anything else that you would like to do, or is this your hunt?
Honestly, just part of like their consuming and part of their revelry is definitely in this horrific way basking in the feeling of blood and viscera on their skin. It's consuming messily. It's just, it's everything that probably shouldn't be. And as they just indulge in that, that is all they're going to do.
Okay. Reaver, is there anything that you want to add to this?
No, I'm good. I'm all good. As soon as you let me know, I was like, oh fuck, here we go.
Okay. So Reaver, you've been conscious throughout this entire thing. You have nothing to add to it. You just leave Echo to their revelry, to their enjoyment.
I'm literally just staying around in case we needed combat.
Okay.
Because it's their hunt, and I've had all the feelings of the competitiveness. Like, I know they've needed to eat, and I know there's been that tension. Just like, yeah, no, I'm just here if problems arise, but giving them their space. I'm also actively like, I'm not going to deal with Kaelin. You even want to be a little bitch, we'll deal with that. So, you know, just existing.
So in that case, that will be Echo's hunt, and we will return to the long rest of everybody. So, if I'm correct in what happened, immediately, Echo went to hunt. Ariel sat down to speak to their dad, not dad. And the cuddle puddle was like immediately formed. I don't know how the cuddle puddle works, considering the fact that Saelea is currently horizontal because he doesn't have the strength to sit up. So, because usually that's Marisol's position.
Switch it, given, you know, the circumstances.
So now his head is on Luce's lap, his legs are over Marisol's lower torso. Okay, do you know what? I quite like that. I like that the puddle has still achieved its formation, but there is an evident show of, you know, whoever needs the lying down gets the lying down. Luce retains their position. Marisol, Luce's head is now just on your shoulder, as you now take Saelea's position, which means that your face is currently being grabbed by tentacles. Why do I find that so cute? But that is actually my worst fear. Like, tentacles grabbing my face is actively, like, if that happened, I would just be like, could a lightning bolt just hit me right now and end it? Like,
They
that's my worst
don't
fear.
grab the face. They don't. It's more like they just kind of cradle the head. Like the tentacles act like a cushion.
That doesn't make it better.
It's
the back of the head.
It's a tentacle pillow.
Stop.
You're
That
the
makes
one
it
who
sound
let
like
me
a
have
polite
tentacles for
face
hair.
hugger.
You're
Kyle,
the one who let me have tentacles for hair. You didn't tell me you were squicked by tentacles.
it's
Luce's final
it's just-
form
it's
is going to be a
octopi.
xenomorph on the back of her head.
It's octopi.
No.
I hate them. I hate octopi. If there was a button that I could press once and would eradicate every octopus on the planet, I would press it for an hour straight, just to be sure.
Why did you
see,
make a race that's half octopi?
Because
Right?
are you telling me if I made this world and said to you guys, look at this giant ocean, not one of you would have went, oh, is there octopus people? Are you telling me none of you would have asked this?
Okay, that's fair.
It's for that reason. That reason.
Okay.
And it doesn't fuss me if they're like jewelry, right? And it doesn't fuss me if it's like, you know, if it's like a cartoon one. Okay? My wife somehow thinks I'm terrified of Finding Dory. I'm not, okay? I can tell it's a cartoon. It's when it's real ones, I need to take my feet off the ground, just in case. You could lock me in like a 5x5 cage with a male grizzly bear that's going to wake up at some point. I'm chill. Cool. Okay. You could lock me in an aircraft hangar and tell me somewhere there's an octopus. I will not move. I will stay still. I will not risk running into it.
That's fair. Also, hello, ma'am. You're rubbing against the mic. Do you have something to say to the people?
Hello.
It does have something to say to the people. But with that being the case, we go to everyone as your long rest comes to an end. As the long rest comes to an end, whoever can be woken by loud noises will be woken by loud noises, as
Oh no.
this human is in their little airlock room, currently singing boisterously at the top of their voice.
I feel like
What are they
Echo's
singing?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Echo, go ahead.
I feel like Echo's sitting like just by the glass, as though watching something in a zoo.
I am going to roll to see exactly how well this person sings. Haha. They do not sing well. That was a 4. So it's god's awful. It's in some kind of human dialect. Reaver, you can try and roll and see if you would understand it.
I was going to say, if I knew what it was, I would prepare myself to give that guy advantage. But if it's not top side of stuff that I know, well, what would you want the roll to be for knowledge?
So it would be history.
Cool. Ten.
10? Nah, you don't recognise it.
Nah.
Nah.
Cool.
Could Feather give double advantage?
Feather can't give anything. Feather is currently the closest to a corpse he's ever been.
I thought it was good for him.
Yep. Continue.
As you are all woken, this person will notice it and be like, "Hello, rise and shine, friends. It's a good day today, huh?"
Ah! Yes. Why? Why is it a good day?
Well, the sun is shining at some point, I assume. And it is a day where I am alive. You are all alive too. It's a good day.
That's the response to you're alive.
Well, some of us. I look to Dad. And, I take it you're regular here?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Sure. Me and this place go back way times.
Really?
Ooh, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, about how long?
Oh, it has been, I say, somewhere in the region of maybe 100 years or so.
Oh, okay. I just looked at Dad and say, well, at least you had friends.
He's gonna. Well, he was quite a good friend. He disappeared for a time. I was actually about to question him exactly why he has disappeared for so long. But well, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Where did you go?
How do you know each other?
Oh, well, we worked with the same groups.
No. So I'm going to clarify, like, plain knowledge, because there's other. This simulacrum is 200 years old.
It is, yes.
But he said he's only known him for 100 years.
But he has the memories of... So he knows this place for 100 years.
Right, okay. The way you worded it, it's just like they've known each other. I was like, hang on a minute, this is not adding.
It specifically says that me and this place go way back.
Okay.
So he's known the area for 100 years.
Right, okay. Was very confused. I was like, wait, that math isn't mathing.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. This could also just be I'm kind of dumb.
You said it, not me. And Luce lays back on my resolve.
That was me, the player, saying it, but damn!
Womp womp.
Oh, I thought that was Ariel.
No, that was me!
Ouch! Oh, friendly fire! Friendly fire! Ow!
Nah, I said it about myself. Yo, you're right. I'm just trying to think, because, yeah, he said 100 years, but the simulacrum was cast more than 200 years ago.
It was indeed.
So how would the simulacrum still know him?
We just went over that.
We just went over it.
He was still around.
His exact words were, "Me and this place go way back about 100 years." So he's talking about.
Only been in this.
He knows this area for 100 years.
Okay, so he's known.
Which means your dad went topside or at least to another place.
Yep, okay, there it is. Thank you. Okay. Continue, I apologize.
He will go further into explaining it, since apparently it is needed. So he goes into a bit more of an explanation. He's like, where I'm from up on top, We do a lot around the sea, and people of my affliction are particularly sought after. And it is in this line of work that I have been part of for some time that I met your daddy.
Okay, so you do know who I am. Okay.
Oh, you two smell the exact same.
Looks to echo.
Right.
Do we?
Echo, I suppose, will smell the simulacrum.
The simulacrum smells like nothing.
Echo's going to point to Ariel and to the simulacrum. Smell? No smell. Smell? No smell.
My very, very small friend, there is a reason for that. One of them is made of magic.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about your real bona fide daddy. Your bona fide. Bona daddy. No, that does not work. No, that does not work. Erase what I said. That did not work the way I thought it was going to work.
If you let me. If you let me.
No.
I'm sorry, you did say Bona Daddy in audible space.
And not only Bona Daddy, but also Bona Fatty. That's.
I mean,
Where's the out of context quote?
I'm fat and I'm a dad, so like, you know, win-win. Okay, so either way, you're I don't even want to say real dad either, because that sounds shit. Like,
Your flesh
Dead
dad.
dad.
you're what was once alive daddy. That still sounds fucking horrible. You're just rubbing in that your dad's dead. Either way,
Yeah,
it continues on after awkwardly stumbling. Particular organizations crossed across each other, and well, I started to enjoy their company. Next thing I know, I'm venturing deeper and deeper and deeper into water. After about 100 years of working alongside, he makes me this room, a place I can go. I'm not a fan of the deep water.
It's fair. It's not for everybody.
All the creatures down here, they play on the indigestion of me.
I wouldn't really know. I didn't live here very long.
But you didn't miss much, I tell you that.
I don't mean to pry. As you know, my current father figure didn't really have memory of the past 200 years. Have you been around in that time?
Well, I'm not entirely sure how long it is that I've been away. Because there's like a blank space in the head. You understand?
Like a memory relapse. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm not so much with the big words. But there's a space where there should be something, and there is not anything there.
Okay.
All I remember is people chasing, and then I get outside, and we are just close enough to the surface where I feel the sweet, sweet silvery touch of my favorite lady of the sky. And, you know, that's when the jaws come out and the scales, they get hard, you know? Then I did not know where I was, who I was, or what was going on. So I do the only thing you can do, and I dive. I accidentally tripped the alarm when I came in, though. That was not pleasant.
Oh, okay, so that was It was you.
Oh, yeah, that was me.
Okay. I'm just gonna look to the party. Are you in need of any help?
I don't entirely know. Whatever it was that happened to me, I intend to try and figure out, and then I will find the people who did it to me, and then I'll probably eat them.
Fair.
You and Echo would have such a good time talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I do
That
not
you
know
would.
who Echo is, but I am happy to meet anybody.
The tiny friend.
Who look towards you, Echo, and just immediately go, "Oh, the little cute one!"
The mouth goes all the way back, all the teeth come out, buckle cones come out, and it's just the once again the like hyena like bellow.
Oh, you are a freaky one.
Thank you.
This might be a bit of a sensitive subject, and I totally understand if you don't know. Do you know how my father died?
That escapes my knowledge, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I did not know your father was dead until I turned up here.
Fair. Did you know my mother?
I guess you could say no, but like not no. Your father and I, we were friends. We were, confidant.
I
Your
think I get.
mother, in passing, a couple of times.
Yeah. Well, it's very nice to meet you. What's your name?
Well, now the silly one. I did not even introduce myself. My name is Gildas. It is an absolute pleasure.
And believe me, the pleasure is all mine.
What is yours?
Ariel.
Ariel. That is a good name. I like that name. It suits you. Suits your face.
I appreciate it. I mean, they gave it to me.
I like it. It's very good. Hey, the little one here is Echo. What of the rest of the party here?
I
am Marisol. This is Luz. That is Feather. And the really big one is Reaver.
Reaver. Oh, that is a name that has a story attached to it, eh, Ami?
Out of Saltport.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. You're one of the sea dwellers, eh? So,
Was.
pirate, privateer, or just general vagabond of the ocean?
Depends why you're asking.
And he's
We're
going
topsiders hunting you.
He's gonna grin a little bit as if he's like, you're the first person he's met from the surface. So it's almost as if he's trying to push the button just a little bit. He's gonna go, just wondering if I maybe accidentally took a chomp at you when you were topside.
If we're both living, that's respectable. If a little disappointing.
I am the best at what I do. But what I do ain't pretty.
That fucking hyena bellow just
Also, you motherfucker.
The chat that I can see that nobody else can see is fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm pretty much just, with this guy, I'm just trying to see how many X-Men references I can get into one guy. So far, I'm on 3. I'm aiming for 6.
Fair.
I mean, all he has to say is to me, and there's another one.
I sailed the Thresher's Maw is my answer.
Ah, the maw. Well, they came looking for me one time. Said this big fella. Smelled just like me. Didn't fight like me. Lund's still alive?
No.
Shame. He was one of the good ones. Not often you meet a werebear who is capable of hygiene.
We are the last.
Then I apologize. Despite my jokes and dark humor, Loon was a good one. We lycanthropes who are natural born are few and far between. So what do you do for this group of, dare I say, motley ne'er-do-wells? Are you some kind of traveling excursion group, adventurers extraordinaire? What are we talking?
Well, I mean, I don't think we ever put quite a label on it. We're just kind of going where ever the water takes us.
We got
Where-
arrested together and we found Echo in a hole.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say something, but that's the best one.
That's actually spot on.
Yeah.
Pulled together by fate.
Ugh.
I can appreciate that. So,
Someone came.
so what brings you this way?
This points to Ariel.
I might have been born here, but I wasn't raised here. I got kidnapped when I was a babe, and wanted to see where I came from. Hopefully, get some answers, and man, I sure have. A lot of questions, but there's some answers.
I tend to find that those who are pulled together and strung together by fates overextending hands, they form strenuous connections. What do you intend to find rooting around in your father's old home?
I guess closure. Trying to figure out who I am. I didn't have the best coming up on my own and raised in a cult. But it's nice knowing where we come from.
To know where you're from, c'est tout un secret. To know where you're going, that's, well, impossible. You can't do that.
I have
Well,
some idea of where I'm going.
You have an idea where you think you're going, I mean. Ain't nobody know where they be going. Ain't nobody able to see the path ahead. That's why you gotta take it slow.
Well, The
Focus
slower
on
I
the,
take it.
Focus on me now. You look into the future, to the past. It sounds like you ain't got a clue about where you stand, and never mind where you're supposed to be putting your foot next.
Damn. I really am easy to read, huh?
Nah, I just lived a long time, I mean.
Well, it's
What does that word you keep saying mean?
Which one? Ami? Friend.
Yes. Friend. Ami.
The way I live, anybody who doesn't try to turn you into a pair of boots is a friend.
I can respect that.
Me too. It's literally my hide on the line.
Well, it is the morning. I appreciate your conversation. I'm just gonna look to the party. I'm gonna go get some breakfast started and take a look around. Does anybody want anything specific? Specifically looking to Luce and Marisol and Echo, since they are the ones who actually eat.
I am okay at the moment with whatever we have in this semi-abandoned house.
I mean, if there's a
which has
person in
been-
here still, is it abandoned?
It has been magically kept intact. Whether that extends to any food stuff here, you do not know. But everything else has been magically kept pristine.
Yeah. Luce, Echo, any requests?
I ain't picky.
Echo, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Ah.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Nope.
Oh no, you're just quiet.
You
I was
just
speaking at the same volume.
you just quiet, Ami.
Echo will look to Ariel and will go, "We've eaten."
Okay. I'll be back. And I'm gonna head back upstairs. And before I go into the kitchen, I'm just gonna do a little looky-loo into the other rooms.
Fantastic. So you're stepping up into the kind of main foyer area. Okay? So let me just grab my map book, because I will need it. Talk amongst yourselves, folks.
Talkity talk talk.
I hope that was a riveting
Talkity
conversation.
talk talk.
Because I found my thing.
That was quite the talk.
I'm very glad. I truly am. Okie dokie. So, you come upstairs from where you're from where the basement leads up. Okay. Yeah, so there we go. So as you come up, so the entryway here is quite large. You're talking about a 40 by 60 foot room entryway, like a entrance chamber. Okay.
Damn.
Okie dokie. So there are. So as you know, you've got the little kind of it's like a hole in the ground, like a slope, which goes down into the basement. You've got the way out, which is at the south end, and then you've got two portholes that kind of lead into areas to the right of the house. One that leads into the left, and one that leads deeper into the main body of the house. Which one would you like to take?
I'll take the one that leads in deeper.
Okay. So the one that leads in deeper to the house takes you to like a winding corridor. Okay, curves right around. takes you towards the right hand side of the house, and then curves again into a left hand side. And what it brings you into is a fairly decent sized living quarter. Okay? As is quite the commonplace here, magically made forms of heat are, all the populace around these kind of lower dwelling races. So you've got, again, a fairly spacious room. You're talking 30 by 50 on this particular one. And at one end you have a large enchanted, maybe to look like some kind of fireplace, but it is just a magical source of geyser-like heat.
Man, this is fancy.
Lots of kind of plush cushions all around, and portraits, artistic renditions of people who have lived in this house.
Is there by any chance a family portrait of...
There is. Yeah. There is a family portrait, one of what you know to be your father, because you've seen an image of him. One you recognise, or vaguely recognise, since they are literally a baby, but the coloration you know straight away is yourself. And another one, a beautiful deep elf woman. She has this kind of pale blue hide, which ombres away to this darker blue. Quite strange for a deep elf to have that kind of coloration. Most deep elves are incredibly dark toned. And then there's like, this is on like the kind of like as you go in the wall to the right hand, but there's pictures of other people all over it, elderly relatives, what appear to be members of like higher nobility. As you're looking at this area, when you do see these and you start to map it through, your family aren't like, minor nobility. Like, we're talking like high ranking officials.
Gonna think back, remember the poking fun at loose, and just go, fuck.
Like, so I need to put this out there as well. By what you're looking at here, the Gilliard family may outrank the Glimmertides. If not in stature or position, certainly in wealth.
Yeah. The cast message to Luce and just say, fuck, I think I won.
Get out of my head.
No reply.
No reply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. After walking through this, I'm gonna double back. I'm specifically looking for like bedrooms.
Okay. So as you come back into the kind of main entryway, where there's the kind of porthole that goes down, there is a slope that goes up, taking you to an upper floor.
Mm-hmm.
As you traverse up there, it kind of splits into again, deeper into the house, left and right wing, but immediately at looking at the left wing, you can see open, kind of portholes that show way to sleeping quarters. Maybe a guest wing, maybe the family wing, you don't know at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go check them out.
Okay. You make your way down into that left wing. I'm going to jump back to the others, see if there's anything they want, and then I'll come back to you for this, okay? Back down in the basement while Ariel goes to look over the trauma of his family history. What would the rest of you like to be doing?
You got anything, Danny?
I mean, I don't think so, perhaps beyond asking our new alligator friend how he knows Reaver.
Um, so,
Or,
so asking him, he will say, well, to be perfectly honest, I ain't acquainted with your friend Riva here except until our lovely meeting now, but I am familiar with the Thresher's Maw. Like I said, there was a particular lycanthrope who sailed on that ship who tried to recruit me. But I mean this in no offense whatsoever. I ain't no deck squab. I like to feel the water through my scales. I like to hunt when I hunt. I like to eat when I eat. And I like to lounge when I lounge. Ain't nobody gonna be waking me up and telling me to mop some wooden deck. That doesn't make sense to me at all. Why do they mop decks? Surely getting wood wet is bad for the wood, no?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know.
This is what has confused me for some time. But I do not worry about it. Neither way, Gildas was not one born for the ships, so I just float along, you know, laisser les bon temps brûler, huh?
Yeah. Again, you and Echo would get along so well.
You talk more than Echo does. So, I mean, it seems like Echo's enjoying your conversation. What color is Echo right
Gold. Echo is like.
now? Yeah, just. Y'all two seem like you're gonna vibe real well.
I like like-minded fellows, and I like fellows who are like-minded, and I like mellow-minded fellows too.
So you only like fellows, then?
I see where you're going at. I have to say, much as I am flattered by your interest, I like a bit more savagery to my part. I don't care about whether they're fellows or whether they're not fellows or whether they're anything in between fellows and fillets or whatever.
Oh, I want to dance with you so bad, Gildas.
Oh, I am one for dancing, Cher.
Oh, you might like my kind of dancing. No, it's all right though. You know my daddy
I know your daddy.
and my mama. You know my daddy and my mama.
Who is your daddy and your mama?
You know the name Glimmertide?
Oh, I know the name Glimmertide. I know them well.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are Glimmertide.
Apparently.
So, damn. Everybody be popping out babies, and there's me just floating along casually.
Oh, there's still time.
There is still time.
There's still time. No, I think Orden should be on his way, actually. I don't know if he's bringing company or not, but you'll get to see him. He's still alive. Still, I'm assuming still an asshole.
Hey,
But,
he
you
was
know.
always a little rough around the edge, but then again, so is a good blade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she will extrapolate herself from the cuddle puddle. Put feather on Marisol completely.
A man shows up with a Cajun accent, and Son is just like, yeah, corpse man, you were good for a while, but bye.
You said Feather had multiple rings canonically in the future. I'm just putting in the work while he's dying actively. But Luce will get up and put the book that she had gotten, or the journal, and put it back on the shelf where she had gotten it from. And then tap it, looking at Gildas, and be like, y'all really went across the Salted Vale. Look for a friend of yours.
There was a great many adventures to be had. Some of them were a little, well, I would say hairy, but in my professional line of work, we prefer the term scaly. But yeah, we stepped across that Salt Vale, saw some things, never want to see them things again. Some things I believe are meant to be seen once, and only when you come across them when it is your time.
You and I can agree on that. We met Shira not too recently. She's a priestess now.
So you mentioned that you met Shira, and they made it like you met Shira. How is she? Is she good?
Oh,
Oh,
you liked her, didn't you?
She was. She was like the full moon on a summer's eve. She was wild. Oh, you should have seen her fight. Oh! That woman made an axe look like a paintbrush the way she carved and made art.
I can admire that.
But it's as they say, you know, wrong place, wrong time. I am many things, but I was not brave enough for that.
She's still around. She's got herself a little area she keeps safe near the Salted Vale, where I think you guys were, if my approximations are correct, at least from what I read, and then taps where the journal is, and then taps the map case that Luce carries. But she's still around. She's fairly well guarded and tended to. She's a high priestess of what's it not. Marisol, what's the name of that? Whoever she's connected to. You know that magic shit.
Sahalu.
deity? Sahalu.
Aren't y'all like magic and law together or something?
Technically, I suppose you could call it that.
Magic and laws. He's gonna kind of like. There was a time, some time ago, you know. I thought maybe here, maybe this, maybe that, but I do not know. I need to find my way in this world first. But perhaps I'll take a swim along that way.
Don't wait too long. She might be escorting you across the Salted Vale.
Oh, I don't think that'd be happening to Gildas for some time.
Promise?
I can give a certain amount of certainty.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to it. You go and die, I'm gonna be mad.
Well, I guess I
Wouldn't
better
like me
try
being
my.
mad.
I guess I better try not to be doing that. My daddy always used to say to me, there are several things you should never do in life. 1, never mess with electricity when you are wet. 2, never eat yellow snow. And 3, never knowingly make a woman angry.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine my mama had a temper, so I think that might be accurate.
Oh, Moshe. You need to ask your daddy about the 2 scars he got above his left eye. And if he tells you some story about some kind of shock attack, you laugh and you tell him to stop lying.
I'm gonna ask him about that in front of you, so you can laugh with me.
First time he met your mama, and he tried to be slick. You know, he tried to speak the words and move the moves. And your mama spoke some words and moved some moves and made him bleed. Although I will say this, while we were piecing together back his forehead, it's the first time I've seen that man look at someone with love in his eyes.
You know that tracks. That doesn't. And Luce looks at Feather and is like, "Yeah, that tracks. That tracks."
He's going to see you look and go, the unconscious man is...
Motions between Feather and Marisol.
Ooh, okay.
I got 2 hands.
Listen, if the stirring of the water is what you seek, then that is what you do. Not my particular
Okay.
cup of tea, but, you know, I can understand why the playfield has to be played.
Life's too short not to. Only got 420 years. Might as well spend them.
Your father was on the other side of it. One of the things that we actually had in common was the view of being with one. I believe it to be a leftover stagnant part of my other side.
Who knows? Last time I checked and saw, it seemed like Chiru's still single.
Well, maybe I take a little wander down that way. Maybe.
You should.
Reaver, did you have your hand up there? I think I saw you.
Yeah, I was just waiting for a natural moment to do this.
Okay.
Because from
Do
about
it.
5 minutes ago, I've been like, okay, I've got something for this guy. I'm gonna say walk up, and it's the first time I'm gonna break that like silence that like again he's been stuck in his head about Lun, but hearing about like cheer and stuff like that, it's brought in a thing to do, especially when the don't make a woman knowingly angry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna walk up and say, I have a gift from Lun if you want it.
Anything from our fellow Moon Touched, I will happily take. I know his customs, his ways. I can see it gets put to rest.
It's not specifically from Lun, but it's the advice he'd give.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my hand on him,
Uh-huh.
and I'm gonna ask, do you trust me? From one monster to another.
Oh, and he, as you say monster, he pulls his head back. He's like, "My friend, I ain't not no monster. Why you say such words?"
To the Thresher's Maw, it was a badge of pride. Even Lun wore it with happiness.
Mon ami, like you say, the fresh as ma is no more. That word is a piercing, stabbing word. I'm not a monster just because I was born this way. Do you call the shark a monster because it tears apart the seal?
No, it's beautiful
And
and
that's
should
what
be admired.
and that is what I am. I am no monster. I'm beautiful.
Very well. How about friend? Will you take my trust then?
Now that is a word that Gildas likes.
I am going to cast Heroism
Ooh.
to give him courage and bravery, as I'm going to say the word, Take it from a dead man. Life's worth living. Go and tell her.
He will smile. And then with this new kind of surge of confidence, he goes, I think I might do that. Are you all headed up topside way, or are you going to be hunkering down in the deep, dark waters for a little longer?
I have business up there once they're not as unconscious and weak. I don't know about the rest.
Maybe I stick around. When you lot are going up there, you know where you find me, huh? But for now, I am feeling a little bit like there is a hole that needs to be filled, eh? And he is going to kind of stretch himself out, and then you start to hear like this cracking noise as his bones start to snap and shift. You watch the claws extend. You hear the sound of like his jaw snapping and tearing up and elongating. You see the very, I imagine lycanthropic shifts being very, and this might be a flashback for some people. You ever played a game called Altered Beast? No? It's like an old biological experiment game where you could turn into different animals and shit. But like when you changed, each time you transformed, it was like a cutscene, and it was graphic. Like your eyeballs popped out and new eyeballs grew in. Like real fucking graphic. I'll try and find some of the graphics of it and send it to you. But it's like that. Like it's not like his eyes become crocodilian. His eyes literally like deteriorate, and then crocodilian eyes come in. His skin sloughs off as scales erupt from underneath. And as he's actively taking the transformation, he's still able to talk and such through this hybrid transformation. But now at this point, he's like 12, 13 feet tall. He's not in his full transformation, it's a hybrid form. And he kind of... Oh, every time he burns, but he burns good. And he moves over to the airlock, and this time with one hand, pulls the airlock round, opens it out, closes it, opens out the door into it, and he takes into the water and sloughs in so smoothly. And he's going to start making his way up to going, again, very similar to Echo, he's going to go and hunt.
I'm gonna roll for it. I'm not making this decision with my own brain cell. My brain cell can't be trusted. Fuck that. Cool. Echo seems fascinated by what's going on. And since Echo spent that time studying what he was, Echo, out of... I guess the best way to put it is a feral curiosity, if nothing else, is going to wild shape.
Okay.
Into that form for the first time to see how it feels.
Okay.
And is going to just put in 2 mutations, one of which is a natural voice, so they can continue speaking. And then it's going to up their movement speed.
Okay.
But that's all. And it's just gonna essentially follow, but I'm not gonna take anyone else's time.
Okay, so Echo's following Gildas out.
Can I insight Kalen?
Yes.
Oh, I actually rolled not shit. 15.
Kaelin seems fairly indifferent.
Alright, okay. Okay, that's added onto the fucking bone to pick list.
Yeah, fairly indifferent. It's about the best way to put it, how Kaelin is.
Okay.
Anything else for you to do?
I'm gonna point at Luce, and I'm just gonna nod as like a follow.
Just gonna look at you, raise an eyebrow, confused tentacles,
Confused.
Don't say anything, just go.
and then follow. Why am I following you?
I want to chat before your dad gets here.
Oh. Alright. Where are
But
we
before
going?
Kelpfields. I don't want to be heard. Firstly, who are you?
Fuck you mean, who am I?
Don't no.
Fuck you mean, nah.
Something's changed.
What do you mean something's changed?
How you talk, how you act. It's cold.
I talk and act the exact same damn way I've been talking and acting this entire time. I don't know what you are thinking. Who are you? Now you can do shit you couldn't do before. Had a whole person all ghostly and shit walk out of you and pop back in. And you did it whenever I might have killed Rome, which I still feel bad about, by the way. Still want to apologize to him. Didn't mean to do that.
I can resolve that. But something's more just different. I heard how you spoke in that communications with like the thoughts.
You mean back at the estate?
Yeah.
I was just mad.
I'm gonna insight.
Please do.
19.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll for that.
Yeah.
You definitely get the same body language read as it was in the estate. It's just more subdued. It's more like, this is what's supposed to happen. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what you're supposed to sound like.
Why are you hiding?
Why are you?
I thought I was pretty open.
Reaver, you ain't been open with me since I met you.
The fuck does that mean?
You dance more than I do. Mostly around questions and answers. Since all your... And Luce will literally motion to all of Reaver. and then point to different parts of his body that have been replaced and changed with every time Reaver's made modifications. Every time you do all this, you get different. But I guess that's normal for Reborn, maybe. Drift did that too. But I think it was more out of a necessity and survival. And you can basically see like the what you're supposed to do parts starting to drop off or fade away. Kind of like someone's moving things from one shelf to another. It goes from being in like the front to being like put towards like into storage. And then certain parts like the body language becomes more rigid. And the thing that you would notice the most if you look for it is like the way that Luce is looking at you is more calculated. It's the same way that she looks at something before going into a fight. Not quite sizing you up, but trying to understand different bits and pieces of the way that you work.
Okay.
It becomes more methodical and analytical. But every time we lose someone where something's almost lost, something changes physically. I wonder how that affects you sometimes.
Why do you want to know?
Why not?
You're looking at me almost like a map.
I like maps.
I love lamp.
I'm good with dead things.
Do I detect jealousy or desire? You want to be one, don't you?
You think I want to be dead?
No, I'm just gonna like smash into my chest hard to like make it echo. You want to be Wreckborn.
Look at you catching on. Took you long enough. I had to spell it out for Feather. You got there all in your lonesome, didn't you?
You're as bad as each other.
What's that supposed to mean? I think we're great together.
I didn't say that was wrong, but it's another conversation. You want me to not dance around questions? Then ask them.
Another time.
But
I'll
first
give
I
you
want
one.
your name.
My name. Well, I mean, I got many. Apparently. Luce Vestra, Sin Vestra, just Sin. If Koldo comes around, Melusine, Luce.
No. When I woke up, all I heard was the name Reaver. You call Drift Drift.
Drift ain't Drift no more. He's out of land.
From experience, they're one and the same, just different identities of the same soul, fractured and split. As I'm then going to walk out as Archie. And then Archie will then be one, what's your name?
I gave you my names. Which one are you looking for?
I'm going to point back at the body and go, the one you want.
Easy. Loose end.
You can call me Archie.
Why?
If I had to work out your secret, you can work out mine. And then the body's just going to pull it back in.
Oh, you were such a brickerback bastard. But I wouldn't have it any other way. And she's gonna tap the front of your chest armor. You happy now?
No, not at all. I don't know what to do about your dad. And he wants to use the facility for deep tide purposes. And now we know that my own friends, blood, my family were killed for fucking parts.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but like that's not gonna happen. I'm not comfortable with that either way. Obviously, shit's fucked when it comes to that facility. I don't understand it. I'm not even trying to understand it. It's one of those things that kind of like magic. It's fucked. Not gonna even try to understand it. Prefer to be magically stupid. It's easier that way. But with this, obviously Echo's got a vested interest. Kaylin's fucking tagging along with us now, and I don't know how I feel about that. That's just gonna be a thing. That's just Echo's thing. But when it comes to Morden, I'll try to work something out.
Please.
Oh, you must be desperate if you're telling me, please.
I don't want to take him away from you.
I'm not gonna let you take him away from me. Simple as that.
Hence my request. And that's again, like you can hear like that again. There is fears, like you also know, like you say, I will kill, and I don't want to.
I'll take care of it.
Appreciate it. I'll make sure you get what you need.
I need to go to wherever Etuliette's being held by the Rot Touch because I think I might be able to get her out of that now.
Well, we can feed Feather on the way.
Yeah. You gonna help me with that?
Done.
Alright. He's your brother, so I figured as much.
He's a pain in the ass, and you're really catching up on him.
I'm honored. Can we go back inside now? Where they think that you killed me out here? Or that we're causing a ruckus and fighting?
Oh, we're being pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I'll get you inside. I need to go deal with something.
Have fun. Not too
And
much
I'm going to
fun.
start summoning Groan. And that's all I need to do. Go ahead, Brad.
I was just going to say, just because we're getting close, we're just over the time that we usually get to before we take a break. So, Luce, if you're heading back inside, are we good to call a 15 minutes there? And then we'll come back into the second half of the session, and we'll go back to Marisol, and then go to Ariel and continue from there. Okay, cool. Guys, we're going to jump away and take a 15-minute break. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after our break.
bitching.
That mean that
Absolutely.
Feather has, does that mean that Feather has lichen sauce inside of his phylactery?
This is what we talk about on break, guys. Hello there, and welcome back
I applaud you for that. That was
to
beautiful.
Part 2, Session 44 of Fathoms Below. Now,
What would Feather's kitchen look like inside a phylactery? Does he cook the souls?
no.
I
Wish.
Where do people think that liches eat souls? They use them to fuel spells. Like,
yeah, it sounds like food to me.
Wish.
It's spell food.
love it, you guys are sitting debating it, and Selkie's just like, whisk.
Scrambled eggs, but
The
scrambled
the
souls.
only
Yep.
kitchen utensil that he has inside his phylactery is just a whisk.
A whisk. I don't know. I feel like since we're underwater, Feather would sous vide them.
I think Feather is absolutely the kind of guy who he hates air fryers. Like, he just I don't know how else to
Yes.
explain this, man. He hates air fryers. People come up and they're like, oh, I made chicken wings. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, 2 minutes in the air fryer, I will fucking kill you.
I'm the same way. Fuck that. Yes. I have a.
Just bake your
I
fucking
mean,
chicken wings, guys. Like,
I made chicken in my air fryer this fucking morning.
was it chicken
And I'm proud of you
wings?
for it.
Was
I
it
made chicken nuggies.
Right, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, nuggies.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Right? Chicken wings are a fucking ritual.
And it all depends. Were they prepackaged chicken nuggies?
These ones.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. See, but if you make them from scratch, you have to put them in oil.
No,
You
no,
have
man.
to.
No. Chicken nuggets are one of those things. As long as they get cooked, you can cook those motherfuckers any way you want.
No one gets to judge my nuggies.
I'm all there with a nut. Right, oh, sorry, I forgot. We're playing D&D.
Yes.
No, we're not playing Overcooked.
Yeah. Oh my god, could you imagine all of us playing Overcooked together? Jesus
No.
fuck.
Where was I going? Yeah, that's where I was going. So we're going to go back. We're going to go down to Marisol. Marisol with Luce drilling over Gildas, and with Ariel going to explore, and with Echo drilling over Gildas, and with Reaver, fuck it, drilling over Gildas. To Marisol.
Are you also drooling over Gildas?
You have a semi-unconscious
No.
Saelea in your lap. What do you want to do? Is there anything you want to do?
I don't know that there's much I can do besides just let Feather sleep here. I feel like it's like a cat fell asleep on me. I'm not supposed to move.
Are you saying that you're under Lich Law?
Yes.
And that's the Feather merch right there, motherfuckers. Lich Law. Okay. So as you do that, so he's not unconscious. He's kind of like, just like weak as he's been for quite some time now. And he's just going to kind of like put his hand up and just like tap your face very gently and just be like, yeah, that's it. It taps your face really gently. No, it's like a gentle wee tap 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 on the jaw, and he's like, I kind of get why you lie like this now. It's quite comfortable.
It is. Scientifically speaking, laying on the floor is supposed to make things feel less overwhelming.
I can definitely believe that. This isn't quite what I imagined when I proposed us going to a library. But
Well,
if there's any good books around, I figure this is a place that will have some of interest.
would agree. Can you, get up to look around, or do you just want me to get the book and read it to you?
I'm gonna roll for that one. That is a 2. He is going to... It's a little bit of one and a little bit of the other. I can definitely get up. But I also really, really want you to read to me. So...
I will find us a book.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, like, gently shift his head off my lap. Or legs off my lap. I forget which way it's going. And go try and find the most, like, technical looking book possible. Like the one you can really fall asleep listening to someone say the same words over and over again.
Okay, make me an investigation check.
Oh, perfect.
I was about to ask, aren't all the books down here journals?
Oh! Well,
Maybe your dad's incredibly detailed.
Fair.
alright, let's see. Load, damn it. Just 13.
13 on investigation. Now roll me a D100.
Ah, terrifying.
Let me pull up my list of random books. Pinterest, you have so much.
18!
18 on a D100. Okie dokie. Excuse me for a moment while I find my list of random books. I shouldn't be allowed on Pinterest.
It sounds like a great name for a band, though.
What?
List of random books.
Oh, I thought I shouldn't be allowed on Pinterest, I'm gonna be honest.
That should be the name of the band.
No, that's the name of an audiobook.
I shouldn't be allowed on Pinterest is the first single from a list of random books.
Right.
Yep. It's like the album titles of Psycho Stick. Just
Oh my God.
randomness.
Bring back really long song titles.
Yes.
Absolutely.
What do you mean, like?
Like this is not a song, it's a sandwich.
I slept with somebody and Fall Out Boy. All I got was a stupid song written about me.
Yes.
Our lore made us change the name of the song.
Yep.
Yes.
A little less 16 candles, a little more touch me.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to the days where songs were just named after the main line of the chorus?
Too boring.
We got more creative, that's what.
What's that?
We improved.
What's that? Tears don't fall, and the song lyrics that they sing is "Tears don't fall." Man, that's some logic right there.
Roll credits.
Roll credits. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum.
One of my favorites is We Ran Out of CD Space.
We at World Tree Quest here do play games.
We do.
We do indeed.
Yes.
We're very good at playing games. Okay.
We're professionals.
I am a professional. Okay, so with the 18 on the D100, the book that you find is sadly another journal entry. This journal entry talks about Ariel's father, who has nobody's bothered asking his fucking first name. You guys do this all the time. Such an important NPC. It's been 9 sessions. Hold up, what's this fucker's name?
Is it not Gilead?
That's the family name.
The family.
Iliard's a last name.
Cool. That's my dumb ass thing. I was like, I thought that was the name.
No.
Nope.
You
You could ask him.
could if you want to.
I'm not there.
Too late.
And it's talking about him. It's talking about him and Moradin again. It's talking about somebody else. Somebody else whose name that you haven't heard before. You haven't come across it at all. The name is, once I pull up the list and actually get the person up that I need. It's quite a strange name. It's definitely not like your standard aquatic name. The name is Orlog. Oorlog. And it's a tale about them, funnily enough, in the frozen salt ocean. And it's about investigating some kind of wreckage, a ship that had sank. Tried to cross a place known as the Wolves, the Jaws of the World Wolf, whatever that is. Not language that you would be familiar with. However, Feather will be able to inform you of some of these, but I'm going to get the story out and then I'll tell you the surfacey talk.
Okay.
The ship had sank with a great relic inside of it. Thank you very much for the follow, Chris155. And it tells about their adventure trying to get a hold of this relic and how Urlog was apparently trying to retrieve it so he could remove it from the ocean and make sure it no longer would cause danger to his people.
Okay.
And it talks about how they managed to get it out of the frozen salt ocean by handing it to some dwarven traders who were on the mainland of the frozen continent of Yulna. Now, Feather will inform you that Yulna is the country he is from.
Oh.
Also goes by the colloquial term of just being called winter. He will also inform that the Jaws of the World Wolf is a strait of magically enchanted ocean, which is exceptionally turbulent. And there's lots of jagged pieces of the continent from where it was broken off from the main continent, and how it's exceptionally treacherous. Because of the amount of magic floating around the frozen continent of Yulna, it's nigh on impossible to fly into it. The only safe ways to get there is teleportation, or you know someone from there who is capable of sailing through the Jaws of the World Wolf. It's basically just a story of them finding this relic, handing it to some dwarves, and making sure it gets taken out of the ocean.
Ariel's father seems to have lived quite the life in his time.
It really does sound like it. I could definitely see myself pursuing that kind of life.
Well, you've got all the time in the world.
I suppose that is technically true. Let me ask, what would you do if you had unlimited time?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to try and stop the kinds of people that have taken away the families of everyone that I care about in this party, but it feels like it almost might be an endless pursuit at this point. Though I guess if I had unlimited time, I could undertake an endless pursuit.
We do all seem to have some kind of latent family drama, don't we?
Yes.
And you
I
see,
mean, my family has not been causing me too many problems.
you should tell me about your family.
Now?
If you want to. You don't have to.
Uh, maybe when you're a little bit better.
Okay. That seems fair. He is going to quite sleepily, like his eyes kind of start to droop closed, and he says, "Thank you for reading to me."
Of course. Anytime.
I'll hold you to that.
I will tell you one thing about my family. My mother always read to me.
On that, he will kind of like take your hand, give it a little squeeze, and then as he kind of like starts to lie down, he will, after giving it a squeeze, he will kiss your hand, and then just settle.
Yo! Hell yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to Ariel.
Hi,
Ariel,
that's me.
you're up in the upper floors. Okay, you went into the western wing. Now you don't know if this is the family wing, if it's the guest wing, or whatever. But you know there are bedrooms here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, straight ahead of you, and on each on the right hand side, there are 4 doors. All these portholes are closed. The one at the far end of the hall is open.
Remembering the layout description Echo gave us, does it look like the door that's open is the one that had all the books?
That's downstairs.
It's downstairs. Okay, my apologies. I'm gonna check. The closest one on the right.
Okay, so you go out and you get to the closest door and you open it up, and inside it is what appears to be some kind of very, very filled out study. But like Moradin's study is like maybe about the size of this room here, like a 10 by 10 room. This room here that you step into is like 20 by 20, easily double the size, and it has like suits of armor, weapons. There are multiple like trinkets and almost like picture frames hung on the wall. Unlike the items downstairs that all seem to be quite random, quite mishmash, these ones here appear to be a set. And on the table, on the desk in here, sitting there quite, nicely as if it was waiting for someone to come back to it, is a thick, leather-bound, magically protected, obviously, a thick leather-bound book with golden embossed pages on the side.
I can imagine what that book is. does the armor, the weapons, does anything have like matching filigree or like embossing?
They all look like they are a matching set. Or clothing wise, they do.
Looking at Dad's frame and build, does it look like he would wear these?
Yes.
I don't think I have anything. Are there any kind of like smaller like rings or necklaces or?
There's 4 or 5 trinkets in picture frames on the wall.
Any weapons, like a sword?
No, nothing like that.
No. I'm gonna pick one of the trinkets and frame at random.
Okay, roll me a d6.
3.
3.
And I'm gonna cast Identify.
You're casting Identify. You're not like ritual casting it. You're
Yeah, I'm just casting it.
okay. Cool. What did you roll on the d6?
3.
3. Okay. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. As you pore over this and you sink your mind deep into this item to gain knowledge on it, what you have here, it comes back as a mind that you don't, not a mind, a name that you don't understand. Okay? It's called the Ring of Lingering Weave. Okay? Now, the ring is made from a kind of like sea green metal, except for a gemstone in the middle. The gemstone is perhaps some kind of amethyst. It's quite a pale pinkish purple, but with like veins of blue and darker purple through it. And what it does have is it has the symbol of a again sea green dragon on the stone. And this ring bears the crest of, as I said, the dragon. When worn and attuned to, it can prolong the effect of certain spells by attaching them to the weave before they dissolve. When a concentration spell is forcibly lost, such as by taking damage or whatnot, it instead lingers for a duration depending on the quality of the ring. This one is a rare ring, so it would linger for 2 additional turns.
Damn. Okay. Seeing that, I am going to send a message. Cast message.
Excuse me just a moment. Think on what your message is going to say. I have to quickly jump to the toilet. I'll be back in just a
no
moment.
worries.
Sorry about this, guys.
Totally fine.
I did the ADHD thing and paid attention to my body, and now I'm aware that I've needed the bathroom for a while. Sorry.
Danny, I hope you know I will kill more people for Marisol lore and make Feather better, so I can get Marisol lore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Same. Also, depending on how a conversation goes, you might be getting this ring.
Here's the question in my head. Not to call your dad a scrub. But how the fuck is he dead and all his armor and stuff is here?
Oh, not
Ambush,
his.
maybe?
That's what I'm like. That's my concerns. Like, if it was an ambush, why is all this stuff still here?
And you don't take it while you're doing like grocery shopping, probably.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't ambushed here
Yeah.
at the house.
He might have been on a vacation or on like a. I don't know. He might have gone to go for a visit to somebody.
I didn't take the armor. Maybe his mom said the armor. I was like, huh? Like, you work in a secret. You know what? He didn't even ask us about the password. He might just be that dumb.
Think about it this way: it could be that hyper intelligence dumb that Feather gets. Wizards, man.
The armor sounds sick. And more, I was like, how did you lose all this stuff?
Huh?
My question is, why did Morden not come back and get this shit and utilize it?
Wait, does Morden even know that he's dead, though? It's my question.
Yes.
Surely.
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause I think I talked to him about it.
Yes.
Maybe, maybe there's our answer. Maybe Morden went and got all the stuff and put it here.
Maybe.
That might be why it feels kind of like a museum, even in these rooms.
Like a macabre shrine.
Mm-hmm. Like a place of remembrance.
Hmm.
Goddamn, now that I say it out loud, it makes so much sense.
I'm gonna bully my dad about the fact that my mom cold clocked him with magic.
Do it, please. I want that story.
I'm so excited for that conversation.
Right? So, Dad, tell me about how Mom beat the fuck out of you when you first met. God damn it, long hair.
I feel a little bad for the party because party has to deal with all of the initial shit from Echo. The getting adjusted to things, getting used to being with people, gets the absolute shit bitten out of some of you. Some of you still want to be bitten, because you want to know what you taste like. And I'm still down for that, like. And then gets to also deal with the pissy, grumpy competitiveness as everything stacks. And then, because all of that happened, and then Echo got to unleash all of their pent-up shit on that fucking group of whatever those creatures were, whoever this dude, like, fully is, gets the kind of chill version. I say chill in quotations. Not actually chill, but chill. It's funny. It's a
DILF.
It's a deal.
Really is.
None of us are complaining. It's a
No.
DILF.
Not at all.
Hey Tom, if I accidentally incinerate all your kelp farming, you're gonna be mad.
Oh, does the internet die? Oh, you're back. Okay.
There it goes. Yeah, he
Welcome
froze a
back.
little bit. I don't know. I don't know if the kelp farm is like a front.
Okay. Yeah, and it might cause problems for me.
What are you doing?
We'll
Just
see.
remember, Warden's about to walk up here eventually. Or swim up here.
But
Yeah, but you know, when does my guy ever use a brain cell?
Never. Fair. God damn it! Now
I have goals and actions to take for said goals.
Talk amongst yourself. I'll be back.
And suspicions. I don't think he's bringing Koldo with him. I don't.
What's
I
up,
don't think
Selkie?
he's found him yet.
Selkie?
I had to get past a mental block there. I heard talk amongst yourselves from someone who was not the GM, and my brain went, we're not saying a fucking word from this point on.
Fair.
Anyway.
Koldo could be a DILF. You
Koldo
might
could
have
be a
DILFy options. Koldo could be a DILF. I didn't create him to be a DILF, but things change.
What was that Game Grumps game? Daddy Boyfriend Simulator or something? Is that what we're playing?
Dream Daddy.
Dream Daddy, that's what it was.
I know it well.
Dream
Sorry
Daddy in
about that.
Dungeons.
You're good.
My brain did the ADHD thing.
You're all good.
Oh,
Where did Tom go?
I don't know.
AFK.
is Koldo a DILF? Did you make him a Dilf?
I think so.
Okay.
All right.
I think so.
Okay.
Alright, party in chat, my earlier statement stands.
What was the earlier statement?
That you essentially have made D&D Dream Daddy.
So I don't know. Right. So okay. So here's the thing. Right. If I was to say any of the NPCs were like the absolute 100% daddy Dilf, I don't think Caldo even hits like top 5.
Cool.
I think we're going by Dilf, so obviously Feather's not involved in this, right? Because he's technically age-wise he's enough, but he's like frozen, looking like a young guy, right? I think honestly, Moradin. You guys haven't met number 1. I'm just saying that right now.
Oh no.
Saying it
There's
right
more
now.
Dilfs.
Number 2 is probably Moradin, and number 3, very close, but still number 3 would probably be Gildas.
Morden is literally a Dilf.
Yeah.
So Morden had to be in the top 3.
Literally dad.
Yeah, you guys haven't met number 1 yet.
Go.
Quest for Dilfs.
Ariel, before I left off, you were sending a message.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna send a message to Dad.
Okay.
Hey, Dad. I'm upstairs in some armory. If you wanted to walk with me and like tell me about some of this stuff, I'd like your company.
Okay.
And I'll give it a couple minutes.
He doesn't answer, but he does come up. And as he steps in, he goes, I haven't been here in quite some time. You have questions?
I mean, not really questions. I was kind of wondering if you'd want to tell me about this. I take it this is your book.
Ah, yes, my grimoire.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. God damn it, Kyle.
What have I missed? Kyle, stop it!
Never.
Hit me one time.
You're misbehaving.
Hit me twice.
He'll say, is there something that you'd like to know about in particular?
I mean, I didn't take you for the kind of person to wear armor.
It's hardly armor. It's, more along the lines of magically reinforced clothing.
Oh. Interesting. I got into a few fights back in the day.
Oh. And I'm assuming that you came out on top since you are still alive.
Most of them. I'll lift the shirt and show this scar on the back from Thresher. That one's recent-ish.
Oh.
Yeah. Thresher, the one I told you about.
Ah, yes.
Got a good hit on me.
And do you intend to pursue revenge against this Thresher?
Not him specifically. Group that took me. Gonna. Not only are they doing things that are terrible, but they slighted me in particular. And I'm going to make them pay for that in blood.
Well, if there was ever something to let you do it, and he was going to pat the book and go, this baby right here.
This is your spell book, though. I'm not smart. I unfortunately did not get your brains.
Well, see, here's the thing. Brains are a lot like onions. Sorry,
What's an onion?
Onion is a type of thing that grows on the surface.
What the fuck is...
Okay, brains are a lot like kelp. They are grown.
Maybe.
Well, take the book. See if you are able to crack it. If not, well, no harm done.
I'll certainly try. And I try and reach for the book?
You pick up the book.
Oh, okay. I'll definitely look in it.
Okay. As you look in it, Ariel, you are presented with an option. What are your mental stats? So your charisma score, wisdom score, and intelligence score.
Intelligence of 12, wisdom of 16, charisma of 18.
Okay. You have a choice. You can choose to take it, or you can choose to leave it. You, Ariel, can choose to drop 2 levels or more from your current class and add 2 levels or more in a new class. However, in doing this, you cannot lose your Warlock pact. So you would have to keep at least 1 level in Warlock.
Okay.
The class that you would take at least 2 levels in, minimum, would be Wizard, with the subclass specifically being Order of Scribes.
Give me 1 second. Apologies.
Not at all. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to let you think on that decision. While you're doing that, I'll jump to the others. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Who am I going to go to? I will go to... Oh, Luce. You made your way back in. I'm going to go to Luce. Then I'll go to Echo following this guy. I'll touch with Reaver and then we'll wrap up with Ariel and his decision. I think that seems about right. Luce, you make your way back into the house. Where do you go?
Go back into the secret vault place.
Okay, you go back downstairs into the basement where it is just Marisol and Saelea, by what I understand. And you can see Saelea lying there with his head on Marisol's lap, and he's He's holding Marisol's hand, and he's almost holding it as if it's like a pillow. I don't know how Marisol's reacting to this in general, but
Marisol's just chilling.
okay.
Are you stuck? Are you stuck?
I mean, it's fine.
I can take over as the pillow if you'd like.
Yeah, it's okay. I read to him and he fell asleep, and it seems like we're doing pretty good.
She's gonna sit back down next to Marisol and shift Feather so that he's predominantly like on loose, so Marisol can move around and stretch if she would like.
Marisol is not going to say anything, but she is absolutely going to stretch out a little bit, trying to be kind of subtle about it.
As you move further, as you move Saelea, he doesn't let go of Marisol's hand, but his other hand does find its way into taking yours. It's as if it's like second nature. He's just now in this tangled heap of like just holding hands. And he's just got this, even as sleep, he has this look on his face of, yep, that's what I did. Carry on with your day.
He's a weird one, ain't he?
I just didn't know someone could be smug while also napping.
Yeah. I think
It's a Winter Elf skill. It's purely a Winter Elf thing.
I think that he's just always smug. I think that's just his constant state of being.
Fair. Also, I realize, and perhaps I owe you an apology, we never did address the me calling you our girlfriend thing.
No, we didn't.
So, I'm sorry if that was presumptuous.
Well, Feather's not awake to give me the definition of that word, so I'm gonna assume it means something bold.
I'm sorry if I made an assumption where I shouldn't have.
No, you made a correct assumption. I was just gonna try to do like the whole courtly thing of actually trying to like gauge if you wanted to do this kind of thing, since it's a little weird, I guess.
I suppose. But like most of what has happened to all of us up to this point has been very weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm starting to get genuinely worried that like my dead parents are going to show up.
To be fair, I thought mine were dead. They're just real bad at looking for me, apparently. But
Is that better or worse?
I haven't decided yet, really. I mean, they gave it 10 years. I can only imagine how heartbreaking it was. So, I mean, found one of them eventually. No idea where my mother is. That's neither here nor there. But, I mean, Morden's interested. He's an idiot. I guess I get it from him.
I mean, he seems proud of you, at least. That's got to count for something.
We'll see how long that lasts. But
I mean, perhaps I'm making assumptions, but I think a parent's proud.
then he froze. Nope,
No.
nope, didn't need to froze. Okay.
Oh.
Nope. I mean, I want to think about it the way you do. I'm at least trying. So there's that. But If it makes you feel any better, I was going to try to, initiate something with you back whenever you got that weird Biden out of the box. That was pretty nifty.
Ah, yes. We should really figure out what's going on with that. It's just that everything else keeps happening.
Oh, that's easy. We can just dance. You can use it, and we can figure out what it does. Worst thing that happens is you might stab me. But, like, that would be the first time that I've actually been hit since Reaver hit me. And Reaver's pet. So,
I mean, I'm open to a challenge.
Yeah. Maybe you could give me a scar over my eye, just like my daddy's got for my mama.
I mean, I'd like to not do it on purpose.
But no, I'm happy you were presumptuous in deciding to just initiate this and skip a couple unnecessary steps.
Yes. I like Feather, and I like how much he talks, but sometimes I feel like talk gets a little too much in the way. My father was always a man of actions over words, which was interesting because my mother was someone who taught me that words mean everything, but I digress. Sometimes father is right.
Feather is going to sleepily say something on that one. He's going to go, words are very important. Words mean a lot. Then there's a brief snore as he falls back asleep.
He's so strange.
He's so strange.
Your face is strange.
It is. But well, I mean, I don't know. Do you have any inkling to want to check out that weapon from that book I was reading for y'all last night?
A little. I'm not going to lie.
Then maybe I'll do some mischief while everyone's busy. Or you could, also. I'm sure we might have a little distraction whenever Warden gets here. But you just have to use the code word for it to open it, I think.
Okay. I'm not going to lie to you. I am not one overly familiar with the task of mischief.
Good time to learn.
Okay. I will do my best.
Who knows? Maybe Sahalu sent you here and wanted you to investigate one of the priestess's old weapons before she put it down for peace.
Maybe.
It's just a possibility.
It is a possibility.
In my own house.
Have you got a hairbrush on you?
Yes, I think I do.
Well,
I
I'm gonna
might
brush
have
your hair for
accidentally taken this from your father's house.
you. Oh, even better. So I'm gonna brush out your hair for you then, since we're stuck here.
Okay.
Holds up the hand that Feather's holding.
He's still held on to that like an iron vice.
And Luce will basically like angle so that Marisol can sit between her legs and then start untangling and unbraiding and rebraiding.
I love how by this logic at this point,
Nice.
Saelea is essentially face down on the ground holding onto both their hands.
Oh! He can rest his head on the thigh. There's enough thigh. She's a dex build.
Dex builds, canonically, are now dummy thick.
Yeah. Correct.
Man,
Correct.
I'm gonna look at monks in a whole new way.
Correct.
Step of the wind, more like step on me wind.
Stunning strikes just changed meaning.
Yeah, it really did.
Oh my god. I promise we're professionals. People should sponsor us.
I made a promise.
Sorry.
Dream Daddy.
Dream Daddy should sponsor us.
Hey, or Boyfriend Dungeon. Listen.
Right. You right.
What dungeon?
Boyfriend Dungeon? It also now has a TTRPG.
Does? Yes.
Carry on.
But this is just gonna start brushing out Marisol's hair, detangling it, unbraiding it, and replicating the braids the best that she can. Is there anything Marisol would like to do?
Marisol is sitting there like, Feather asked me to tell him about my family, and I am realizing something as you're doing this, because my mother did this a lot for me. She read to me, she braided my hair, she taught me all about history and how to sing. My father taught me all about weapons, strategies, and protection. And maybe it was a virtue of my age, or maybe it was just that I never really expected it. But I'm realizing they never really taught me what happens if somewhere along the way I fail. This whole time I've been in charge of you all, I've been so terribly afraid of making the wrong choice or doing the wrong thing, or what might happen if I follow my inclinations with us. And I think a lot of it is because no one ever taught me what you do to recover if you make a mistake.
You know what I do?
What do you do?
It depends what kind of mistake it is. If it's making someone mad at you, usually what I do is I give them a little bit of breathing room, and I go bother the fuck out of them until they talk to me again. Reaver is that is how Reaver and I got to the point that we are at now. Is I would piss him off, give him a little bit of space, and I would go bother him again until he wasn't as annoyed at me, or he was more annoyed than he was mad. It's kind of just how I did it. If I got hurt, it's just kind of you tend to your wounds however you have to. Usually it's just bandages, healing salves, giving a little bit of time to not be as tender, and then it's getting back into it, getting back up, and learning how to guard against that kind of hit again. That's why I usually ask people to dance with me, because I can see the way that they move. But also I can see how they might not be guarding some kind of place to them. Because if I can see a way to hit them that they don't see, then they can learn to protect that place. But then other times, like, there are some things I haven't even healed from, obviously. But you just gotta keep moving. You gotta keep going as long as you can, for the most part. You find things that can fill that place that you misstepped, so then you don't misstep in the same way again. I got lost once, and so now I make maps, because now I know where I've been and where I think I want to go, and I remember where I've been and kind of put that into place of where we might go.
That makes sense.
If that helps.
It does. What if you fail a person? Because I can't imagine a world in which I'm okay with myself if I ever fail any of you.
You're not going to fail us. If you do, then talk about it with them. You're not going to fail me. You've never done wrong by me. I don't think you will. If it happens, we'll talk about it. I can't make
Okay.
promises for the others, but I can at least promise that from me to you.
Thank you.
I would fight everything in the 9 bodies for you. And then some.
And I as well.
And you'd look so much better doing it, honestly.
Oh, please. I don't have half the muscles you do when you fight. Are you kidding?
You got magic!
Yes, but I think raw strength that has to be attained through a lot of physical labor is a lot more attractive.
We can get you there.
Okay. Deal.
Anything else for you guys?
I'm going
I-
to. Yes?
I was gonna say, I think I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to wrap this up with Luce by Luce basically singing a Moorish lullaby to Marisol.
Oh,
Very softly. Luce is not a very good singer, but Luce can improvise enough. And Luce speaks Moorish, so. Or Moorish.
We love
nice.
the gay. Hella. Okay, so in this cute little ending to this, we're going to jump to, I believe we said we're going to jump, I'm actually going to swap it round the other way. I'm going to swap it round. Reaver, is there anything that you want to do?
Yes. Have I finished summoning Grow?
Yes, you finished summoning Groan.
Good. I'm going to give him an order.
Okay?
Do not let anyone near me except Marisol if they come. Do not harm them, but I must not be interrupted.
Okay. Groan will nod in acknowledgement and then give you like a wide berth of about 50-foot radius and start to circle.
I'm going to pull out the Kraken blades,
Okay?
put my hand around it and grab it, even if it needs to take damage against myself, as I'm then going to cast Shock and Grasp and say, title, I demand an audience.
Okay, right, we bit off the big one here. Right, I'm gonna need that. Let's roll that first. Nat 20.
Really good or really bad?
The sound of rushing water sounds. You feel the pressure immediately begin to amplify around you. And then in the darkness of the depths of these waters, you see that shape start to form. However, this time it's different. It's not like the shape is manifesting, it's like the shape is approaching. And then 6 eyes are going to spark to life. and the voice is going to boom out towards you, rattling you. You dare to demand. Give me a reason I should not strike you asunder right now.
I am nothing but the embodiment of rage and a storm. Am I not your perfect acolyte? I wish to further our bond.
You are either adult or impetuous beyond station. But you do intrigue me. How do you wish this bond to deepen?
I request one thing, potentially two if the other is in your grasp. Stormlord. And I will do what you ask for it in return.
Taito considers your offer. And then there's a peal of far distant rumbling, the sound of waves crashing upon each other, which, below here, perfectly facilitates the sound of thunder. And he will say, name your wishes.
I have the gift to see through others and feel them. The gift from you to feel their storm. I wish to give it to another.
You speak of handing over power.
Sharing it with you.
To whom?
The little one.
The offer will be made, but we do not force.
All I seek is to give them the ability that I have. And for Clark, give you, it's just literally give them Gaze of Two Minds.
So you're looking to give Echo Gaze of Two Minds?
Yes, the way it would be done mechanically would be Eldritch Adept feat, and it'd be the Gaze of Two Minds invocation.
Okay. It will be up to them whether they accept it.
Of course.
Okay, cool. And the second thing?
One of my closest allies wishes to be like me. Is that within your realm to facilitate?
To become like you is death. I am certainly capable of such a feat.
Maybe not at this moment, but to assure that their death, whenever it comes, leads to my stature rather than fading into insignificance.
You view the life after this as insignificance. Interesting.
I view unfulfilled life, squandered, as insignificance.
And what if it was not squandered? What if it was a life well lived?
Then they should bask in whatever revelries and gods that they follow.
To become what you are requires a spirit, a tense and tenacious soul. If they have that, they will find their way to what you are, naturally. I cannot guarantee. Therefore, I do not promise.
Beyond acceptable, Stormwood.
Now for what you can do for me. In return for the offering of this gift. And for the penance of demanding that which is above you.
Understandable, Stormwood. Though I feel a plea or a beg to someone of your stature and power is beneath you. The storm doesn't answer the wind, it only answers the raging torrent.
You dare to lecture me of what the storm answers.
No.
The storm answers what it pleases.
Then I hope to please. I simply give insight to a mortal's aspect of your power.
A place I hold sacred. South of here. It has been overrun, taken by those who would bastardize it to follow their bloodthirsty idol. Bring them the storm. Spare none.
Your will shall become manifest.
And the sound of that rumbling as it fades back. And Title leaves. Anything else for you, Reaver?
Nope, got what I needed.
Okay. Then I jump from you to Echo. Echo, you followed Gildas.
So, I would like to do that stuff next session, as we are at 4 hours.
Okay, cool. That seems fair. Then we'll come to that. Then I'm going to end on this. Ariel, you've been given time.
Mm-hmm.
What's your decision?
I'm going to hand him the book back.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And as much as I want to feel like I belong, that I am Gilead, I want to do it my own way.
And as they take the book, they smile and say, "You just did." And they put the book back, and with that exact emotion you've got there, that's where I want to hang it. That's where I want to leave it for today. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Wow, you guys all gave me shit to work with today. Fuck. Thanks very much for today's session, guys. Thank you for those who came to see us. If you enjoy what you've seen here, check out our other shows that we have on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays, and soon Saturdays or Tuesdays, depending on which one gets picked. If you like what you've seen by myself, you should check me out on Start Playing under Asgard's Adventures. And then there is also my TikTok, Son of Asgard, where you can see me be a moron. Other than that, I don't have anything much to say. So I'm going to pass over to my players and let them quickly plug anything they want to plug. What's up, Tom?
I was just going to ask if I could go first because I got to run to the bathroom.
Okay, yep.
I'm gonna be really quick. Hi everybody, I'm that one Warlock. I'm a sass character you've ever seen on the internet. You can follow me on every single social media that there is at That One Warlock. In every single bio, there'll be a link tree that lists all the stuff I'm in. There's a lot, and there's a lot coming up, so keep an eye on that stuff. Also, follow all these absolutely amazing creators. They're fantastic and amazing and so much smarter than me. And then that would be me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that there, Tom. We'll move on then. We'll go to clockwise. It will go... Oh, anti-clockwise it, sorry. We'll go Diamond.
Hiya, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I'm a TTRPG actual player, a writer and author, a content creator, and a cosplayer, and a sex worker. I work with a nonprofit called Decrim 305, a sex worker-led organization owned, operated, and founded by sex workers. If you want to see more about that, go check out my Beacons link at beacons.ai/madnessdiamond. I am Madness Diamond on all social media platforms where I can be found. I think I grabbed my handle everywhere I knew of, or anywhere of importance at least. On Mondays, you can find me over on the Starfield playing Soiree, the Silverfanged Ragabash in Guardians of Neptune's Cairn, a Roll of the Apocalypse W5 edition chronicle. We are about to wrap up season 1 after, I think, about 6 more episodes. We also do Dice Pack, which is a game where our werewolves play a TTRPG. Last time we played Sad Emo Vampire Boyfriend, I think is what it was, or Emo Vampire Boyfriend. It was one of the two. It was a lovely one-pager that we're apparently doing part 2 of, where my werewolf, Soiree, plays a vampire named Viper who owns a nightclub. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Dinner and a Game with our lovely Selkie Cove, where we play Emerald Sanctums, our World of Darkness multi-splat, where I play Bay, the very human hunter who was gay with a death wish, who had their solo episode a week before last, where Bay was venturing around with, later on, maybe in the fall, fingers crossed. And then Thursdays you can find me here playing your lovely Battlemaster Barbarian